God has smiled on me. He has set me free. God has smiled on me. He's been good to me. Let me tell you, God has smiled on me. He has set me free. God has smiled on me. He's so good to me. Let me tell you, God has everybody on me. Sometimes He has set me free. I feel so good. God has smiled on me. Oh yeah. Good to me. One more time. God has smiled on me. Every day of my life, I feel it. You give me strength and energy. Help me to sing. He's been good to me. Oh yeah.
This is Reverend Al Sharpton of Brooklyn, New York. I've been traveling around the country talking to the radio announcers, the church people, and the street people, telling them that God has smiled on me. God has smiled on you if you got breath in your body, if He woke you up this morning and started you on your way. But I want to tell you some stories of people that God smiled on. We know the story of Dr. Martin Luther King, how he started way back in Montgomery, Alabama in 1955, trying just to get dignity, trying to get respect. And he went all the way to the mountaintop. But he didn't forget about the brothers in the valley. He didn't forget about those trapped in the alley. And I hear Brother Martin King say, God has smiled on me. He's been good. Let me tell you,
God has
smile on me. It's been so good to me. Then I see as Dr. King went on, another man stepping to the forefront by the name of John F. Kennedy, who rose up and said, let's not stand back. Let's not wait for a handout. Let's wait for a way out. He said, ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. He said, don't us gravel and don't us moan, because God done smile on us. Let me say it. God has smiled on me. He has set me free. Let me say it. Yeah. One more time. I want to say it real slow. I'll say God has smiled on me. He has set me free. Pick it up. Then I went on by backstage at the Apollo Theater and I saw a man come out. They call him the King of Soul, James Brown. And James Brown said, Reverend, don't you worry. I started out as a shoe shine boy. I started out as a convict. I started out uneducated. But I learned to sing my song. And I sung it all over the world. I told him it was a man's world. I told him about the big payback. I told him Papa got a brand new bag. And all over the world, they can hear my voice. But Reverend, don't you frown. Don't you bow your head. Tell him what you told me, Brother Brown. I said, now God has smiled on me. He has set me free. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I want to scream, y'all. I want to scream, y'all. God has smiled on me. He has set me free.
God has smiled on me. He has set me free. God has smiled on me. He's been good to me.
Let me tell you, God has smiled on me. He has set me free. God has smiled on church people and the street people, telling them that God has smiled on me. God has smiled on you if you got breath in your body. If he woke you up this morning and started you on your way. But I want to tell you some stories of people that God smiled on. We know the story of Dr. Martin Luther King, how it started way back in Montgomery, Alabama in 1955, trying just to get dignity, trying to get respect. And he went all the way to the mountaintop. But he didn't forget about the brothers in the valley. He didn't forget about those trapped in the alley. And I hear Brother Martin King say, God has smiled on me. He's been good to me. Let me tell you, God has smiled on me. It's been so good to me. Then I see as Dr. King went on, another man stepping to the forefront by the name of John F. Kennedy, who rose up and said, let's not stand back. Let's not wait for a handout. Let's wait for a way out. He said, ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. He said, don't us gravel and don't us moan, because God done smile on us. Let me say it. God has smiled on me. He has set me free. Let me say it. God has smiled on me. One more time. I want to say it real slow. I'll say God has smiled on me. He has set me free. Pick it up. God has smiled on me. I feel it. Then I went on backstage at the Apollo Theater and I saw a man come out. They call him the King of Soul, James Brown. And James Brown said, Reverend, don't you worry. I started out as a shoe shine boy. I started out as a convict. I started out uneducated. But I learned to sing my song. And I sung it all over the world. I told him it was a man's world. I told him about the big payback. I told him Papa got a brand new bag. And all over the world, they can hear my voice. But Reverend, don't you frown. Don't you bow your head. Tell him what you told me, Brother Brown. I said, God has smiled on me. He has set me free. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I want to scream, y'all. I want to scream, y'all. God has smiled on me. He has set me free. It's Monday, March 24th, Women's History Month. Do you know what time it is? It's Sharpton's time. And for the next 3 hours, it's time to put aside all pretenses, deception, denial, or fronting. The time has come to keep it real on Keeping It Real with Reverend Al Sharpton. A very good afternoon to you all across the country, and good morning to our West Coast listeners, and welcome to those listening on Sirius XM, Channel 126, The Urban View, where talk empowers and becomes action. And we are also live on our National Action Network live stream at www.nationalactionnetwork.net. You can go on live stream at nationalactionnetwork.net and send me comments, many of which I will read on the air, as well as you can call on the air at 1-877-532-5797. We're also live on YouTube /NAN.
Lot to talk about. It's Monday, and you that frequently listen to this show uh, know that on Mondays we do Hot Button Monday, and we let you talk about whatever is on your mind, whatever is in your heart. All you have to do is call us at 1-877 532 5797 1-877 532 5797. Let me say at the outset that we send our condolences and best wishes to the family of former heavyweight champion George Foreman, who passed over the weekend at age 76, and to the family of Mia Love, who was a former congresswoman. She was the first black woman Republican congresswoman in the U.S. Congress from Utah. We give our condolences to both families. Lot going on. The battle over the president sending what he called or alleged to be the let me say the alleged Venezuelan gang members. That no one. The reason I'm being hesitant is no one's proved that they were, and the president had sent them using a 1798 law. The judge, federal judge, who they've now attacked and talked about having impeached, is saying, prove to me that you didn't disobey my order. So we have that going on. Some are saying is a constitutional crisis or coming close to it. At the same time, the head of the head of the Homeland Security's Tom Homan defended the use of the administration's Alien Enemies Act, which is what they're using to deport the undocumented Venezuelan migrants, claims that many of them were gang affiliate, but offered no proof. And Judge James Boasberg, who is the judge on this, was the one they wanted to try and talk about having him impeached, which prompted the the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, John Roberts, to say that no one should be talking about impeaching judges because they don't like a judge's decision. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about there's continued disappointment to outrage. It ranges in that kind of sphere about the question of whether or not Senator Chuck Schumer and the Democrats, 9 other Democrats, should have voted and helped the president and the Republicans with their budget, gap budget to keep the government open. Many say they should have let it close and blame it on them. They're saying if we let it close, they feel with the likes of Elon Musk and others that they would have never opened certain departments of the government again, and we would be facing cut in many of the programs and entitlements that people need. We also saw this weekend that Senator Bernie Sanders and Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, AOC, commonly known, have been on a tour drawing tens of thousands of people on their anti-oligarchy tour. And that's the kind of fighting spirit a lot of us like. I know I do. And we are following a lot of that. Also, then the Supreme Court is hearing the Louisiana racial gerrymandering claim. Supreme Court reviewing this congressional map that for the first time in decades includes 2 majority black districts, a map now being defended by both civil rights groups and Republican officials amid the challenges from different sides of claiming racial discrimination or unconstitutional racial consideration. And legal tug of war is back and forth now on this race case in Louisiana. So a lot is going on, and I'm sure much more is going on that we don't know about. That's why we have Hot Button Monday, so you can call us and tell us on what is on your mind and what is in your heart and what's going on in your community, in your neighborhood. I think that it is imperative that we understand that. I think that one of the things that disturbs me is that it's almost like Donald Trump can do whatever he wants to do, and nobody is willing to stand up and fight. They are bum rushing community groups and everybody that stands up for racial justice, environmental justice, and women's rights, all of that, and he does what he wants to do. And it seems like people don't want to fight. I say if you don't want to fight, don't get in the ring. Let some of us fight that is willing to fight, that is not intimidated, that are not in any way impressed with all of the bravado that Trump is coming with. Let me look at the, while I'm lining up my Hot Button Monday callers, 1-877-532-5797, 1-877-532-5797. I was looking at the comments line. It's interesting because I had a meeting this morning and heard similar feelings. Tommy Blandenberg says, Reverend Sharpton, who is the leader of the Democratic Party? Seems like there's type of strategy, no voice whatsoever. Even when the Democrats have the executive, Congress, and Senate, seemed like they had little to no power because of the opposition. Well, I think this, Tommy, I think that there's a difference between style and substance. What do I mean by that? Well, I think that the Democratic Party definitely needs some help with messaging, some help with leadership. But I also think that they did get a lot done, from the Affordable Care Act to the Infrastructure Development Act to some police reform, on and on and on. So I don't agree that they didn't get anything done when they were in power. I do agree that they need to be more aggressive and fight Trump and meet him in square and dead on and do what needs to be done. So, but you cannot forget whether it was the Affordable Care Act, like I said, whether it was what they did in housing, on and on and on, the Democrats did do when they were in power. Did they do enough? No, I'm the first one to say that. Could they do more? Absolutely, that's what I would want. But I can't say they didn't make some landmark moves, all of which Trump is trying to reverse. It amazes me, Tommy, when people say Trump's trying to take everything we got. And they were the same people saying we didn't have nothing. He can't take what you never had. Oh, now you're admitting Obama and Biden did do something. Let's take a break. It is Hot Button Monday, 1-877-532-5797. Sharpton, keeping it real.
Thank you for joining us for Weekdays Live with Reverend Al Sharpton. Take the time to share this broadcast right now. Tell your friends it's time to keep it real with Reverend Al. Comment your questions now in the chat or call Reverend Al Sharpton directly on air at 877-532-5797. Now stay tuned for Reverend Al.
This is Reverend Al Sharpton. As you watch the broadcast, support National Action Network. Go to www.nationalactionnetwork.net and be involved. You can join, take your membership right online, www.nationalactionnetwork.net. Getting ready to start the program, but we need you to be part of the movement.
So who is Al Sharpton anyway? Who is this 33-year-old preacher without a church?
A number of black New Yorkers as well. He is little more than a pudgy exhibitionist who can be counted on to show up, bullhorn in hand, at every racial incident.
I often quote Mark Twain saying, the two most important moments in life is the moment you are born and the moment you find out why you were born. I had a very troubling conversation the other day that prompted me to do this little video. Young man that I've known a while came to me and he was crushed. I mean, really crushed, because people were criticizing his work. He's in the ministry, but he's also an actor. And he said he couldn't understand why people were jumping all over, criticizing him, trying to find scandalous and derogatory things about him. And I told him, I said, you know, you very young. You don't know the road I've traveled. They call me everything but a child of God.
A blabbermouth, a loudmouth, too flamboyant, an agitator, a racist,
I
a race
had to
baiter.
learn.
Yeah, right.
I was not defined by how others saw me. I was defined by how I saw myself and whether I was being true to myself. Some of you watching this don't like me. And it doesn't matter as long as I know what I'm doing and I like me for being real. So I'm doing this video to say to you, whoever you are and whatever you do, you may not be in ministry or social justice, none of this stuff, but don't live your life worried about opposition or people that don't like you. You can turn that around. Use me as an example. The same people that call me a scam artist, a con artist, a sellout, or racial hustling, I kept going. And the people I respected started respecting and publicly embracing my work.
When Coretta Scott King, the widow of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., had this to say about Al Sharpton.
A leader who has protested injustice with a passionate, unrelenting commitment to nonviolent action in the spirit and tradition of Martin Luther King Jr. And I am talking about your leader, our leader, the Reverend Al Sharpton.
The other thing that hasn't changed is the National Action Network's commitment to fight injustice and inequality here in New York City and across America. And that's not only a testament to Reverend Sharpton, it's a testament to all of you who are here tonight.
First and foremost, to Reverend Sharpton. I saw him when he first came on the scene, and I have marveled at his tenacity, at the development of his intellect, and his devotion to our movement, and much he has contributed to the world we are experiencing. I am honored, and I must say that when I had my debate with Dr. King on the issue of the church and religion, he didn't warn me that after his departure, his space would be filled by another preacher, and that preacher would be Al Sharpton.
All you want in life is people that matter to you to say you did all right. and more important, that you can look in the mirror and say, you did all right.
Thank you, Rev. Thanks for that introduction. Look, we've known each other for a long time. I'm grateful not only for your leadership and partnership, but quite frankly, more importantly, for your friendship. And thanks to all of you, members of our nation's most important civil rights organization.
You have been, over all of your years, such an extraordinary leader. You are a voice of truth, a voice of conscience, a voice of practicality around what we must address and what we can do. And I thank you so much for your friendship.
I remember that most of the youth around Al's age, he was about 12, wanted to be like Connie Hawkins, a great basketball player, legend, or Earl the Pearl, or Clyde Frazier. Al wanted to be like Adam Powell, a powerful preacher with a social justice gospel. He was very close to, at that time, to Reverend William Augustus Jones, powerful preacher and social justice advocate, and Reverend Gardner Taylor State right down the street, and Bishop Washington, whose church he came from, and Reverend Sandy Ray. He wanted to be like these giant preachers. He wanted them to have the edge, however, of the King's social justice dimension. He wanted to be like them, now he's one of them. Perhaps taller than most of them because of the risks he has taken and the reward God has given him with his gift. I remember so well that I first escorted him to jail. He was around 13 years old, with the jail fighting the ANP. He was in the lineage of our struggle. He grew up in it. We didn't just see him on TV one night. He didn't happen. He came bottom up, not top down.
Hi, this is Reverend Al Sharpton. Be ready for the National Action Network's National Convention, April 2nd through the 5th, 2025, in New York at the Sheraton. This year, and the 57th anniversary of the assassination of Dr. King, they're trying to take back everything he stood and died for. We convene every year in April to make sure they know that they killed the dreamer, not the dream. We have workshops on everything from business development to dealing with our legal needs, from police reform all the way to how we deal with sentencing, how we deal with immigration, how we deal with the arts and entertainment. We have big names that come every year, but don't come for the big names, come for the big plans and the big execution. Register now. Because with this year, as we are under assault with DEI, under assault with ending the Civil Rights Division of the Justice Department, under assault with now consent decrees and all are neutralized, if there ever was a time that you should come to a National Action Network convention, now's the time. We don't need a lot of philosophizing. We don't need a lot of showing how smart you are. We need action. We plan action and then we go and do action. I'm looking for you. Go to www.nationalactionnetwork.net. We have no registration fee. You don't pay to register. Just get here and let's get it on. National Action Network Convention, April 2nd through the 5th. I'm going to look for you there.
Thank you for joining us for Weekdays Live with Reverend Al Sharpton. Take the time to share this broadcast right now. Tell your friends it's time to keep it real with Reverend Al. Comment your questions now in the chat or call Reverend Al Sharpton directly on air at 877-532-5797. Now stay tuned for Reverend Al.
This is Reverend Al Sharpton. As you watch the broadcast, support National Action Network. Go to www.nationalactionnetwork.net and be involved. You can join. Take your membership right online, www.nationalactionnetwork.net. Getting ready to start the program, but we need you to be part of the movement.
You live, Rev.
Is the guest on?
You're supposed to call in at 39, sir.
All right, clear the screen.
Oh, it's clear. These are all new on calls. It's a Hot Button Monday. You have 7 of them.
Thank you for joining us for Weekdays.
Keeping it real. Keeping it real, keeping it real. I'm your host, Reverend Al Sharpton, and we're back. 1-877-532-5797, 1-877-532-5797, Twitter.com, The Rev Al, Twitter.com, The Rev Al. Let me say by way of announcements, first and foremost, let me thank all of you that have watched this weekend, the Politics Nation with Al Sharpton show every Saturday and Sunday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. And we had members of Congress, Senate, other officials, as well as some of the brightest, I'd say, students of what is going on, political students and thinkers about all of this nonsense that's coming out of the Trump world. Trump is holding today his second cabinet meeting. Elon Musk there, we talked at length about how do you have a multi-billionaire who got a lot of his money from the federal government talk about waste and efficiency when he has ran through more companies and been in debt and come back and the government bailed him out and has no empathy at all for working people. You're going to have a man that's a billionaire decides on we're going to take money out of Medicaid and Medicare and possibly out of Social Security to pay for the tax debts that is being done. It's very troubling, interesting, and intolerable to me. But I wanted, by way of announcements, of course, is Politics Nation with Al Sharpton live at 5 p.m. Eastern Time on MSNBC. Then you that have attended and continue to attend the Saturday action rallies at the House of Justice, 106 145th Street in the village of Harlem. Every Saturday, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. We had a great rally Saturday, and we are going to right up to the National Action Network Convention. This Saturday would be the Saturday before the convention. Some of our chapters and people around the country already be coming in. And the convention starts a week from this Wednesday at the Sheraton Times Square. Governor Wes Moore of Maryland is going to kick off the convention, and we have a lot of everybody's from Stacey Abrams to Michael Eric Dyson to Ben Crump to Tatiana Ali. We're honoring Patti LaBelle, Chris Matthews of Hardball fame. You want to be there. We're going to have some of the people from my colleagues at MSNBC. Ari Melba's doing a session. Many of you watch him on The Beat. And many of you watch the morning show with Michael Steele and Alicia Menendez and Simone Sanders. They're going to be there. Don Lemon, who used to be on CNN, all of them were with the media panel. It's all free. And we got such a response that we are now extending some more ballrooms so you can come free. You still can sign up at www.nationalactionnetwork.net, www.nationalactionnetwork.net, or you can call the toll-free number and you can register on the phone by calling 1-877-626-4651, 1-877-626-4651. And I see on our comments page on live stream, Evangelist Ramsey say, I will be in the house. Make sure you come over and speak to me. Let me know you there, Evangelist Ramsey. Joanne Kemp says Tiger Woods is dating Donald Trump's ex-daughter-in-law. So is Trump going to take down his website and information online? LOL. Well, I saw some of that, but I try to stay out of gossip. Bless Tiger Woods' heart. That's all I say about that. Christopher Jeremiah said, I called both my senators today and told them I wanted them to denounce the billionaire Commerce Secretary Lutnick's comments about Social Security recipients being fraudsters. Now, let me tell you what Christopher's saying, that Christopher is absolutely right. Lutnick's is the Commerce Secretary appointed by Trump. He's a billionaire. He said that if people missed their check, Social Security check 1 month, they wouldn't complain. He said, my 94-year-old mother-in-law, if it didn't come, she just wait the next month and get the 2 checks. Said that, I don't understand. The only people that, if a check don't come on time, that gets upset are fraudsters. Fraudsters. Now, this is a billionaire. Reason your 94-year-old mother-in-law don't get upset, she got a 94-year, she got a, or whatever you are age-wise, billionaire for a son-in-law. Who care her? If she's not living in one of your old mansions. People on Social Security that live from check to check and the check don't come, call because they need essentials like food and rent, etc. And they've invested in the Social Security program. Mr. Smarty Billionaire. So I definitely agree. I talked about that this weekend on Politics Nation. It's unbelievable, insensitive, insulting, whatever else you want to talk about. And the Donald Trump administration has made it clear that they're going to mess with Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. But it's all right. Brothers tell me he swags. He got swagger. You don't need to eat. You don't need to pay your bills. You don't need to take care of your kids going to school. Just go outside and bop. Swag while you walk. Swag while they are coming in with the marshals to evict you. Just swag your way out when you see your couch going outside, because your entitlement that you paid for is not coming. You swagging. You in the gutter, but you swagging, because that's what you voted for, swagging over a qualified black woman. That's right. Proud of you. Smart of you. You don't believe in diversity because you didn't think they were talking about you. So that's what you voted for. That's what you got. Keeping it real. Sharpton. Be right back. Keeping it real. That's when Haile Selassie, Emperor of Ethiopia, came here, Adam Clayton Powell Jr., who was pastor here now, at Ethiopian Coptic Cross. That was my first year on Civil Rights and Politics.
As far as I know here, you're in trouble, where it says about 30% are unemployed. That's why I'm working hard to get this surplus food here. Some of you say to me, well, I'm not like you. I'm not a congressman. I haven't got education. I haven't got work. But you're a human being. And you know what you've got? You've got in your hand the power to use your vote and to use even those few cents you get from welfare to spend them only where you want to spend them.
was going pretty long. Now we're ready for the sermon.
Well, welcome, Reverend Al Sharpton.
I think it's clear where we are. The real question is what we're going to do about it. The only question is whether we going to get up and do what we supposed to do. They never knew what a cell phone was. They took a telegraph machine and a rotary phone and broke down the walls of apartheid. And we're sitting here with Instagram and Facebook and TikTok and 2 cell phones in your pocketbook talking about what we gonna do. Something is weak and wrong with us. If we got 17 ways to communicate and they only had one way, yet they could pack out rallies every night. They could shut down bus companies. You got 17 ways, got 4 different cell phones, and can't get 5 Negroes together for a meeting. And we must have the self-respect. This ain't about whether you are militant or moderate. It ain't about what organization you. Do you have enough respect for yourself that you're not going to treat me like this? We built this country. We shed blood for this country. We put it on our back. You're not going to do that to us in 2025.
Beyond law, I love you beyond life, and see the ways that God has brought you. Oh, anybody?
Stop telling yourself you're not confident of what you could do. When people with half your skills and a quarter of your talent have gone on to create big waves in life, if you look at them and you know you're more gifted than them, then what is your problem? You are looking for someone to come and drag you into success. You've got to use what you have, which is, in my judgment, more skillful than others I've known in your areas. Use that and believe in that, and your confidence will build up as you get going and start doing. And don't chase the spotlight. Sharpen your skills. Live in your purpose. And you'll get so good the spotlight will be chasing you. Be so good they can't help but talk about you and put the spotlight on you. You don't get your energy from chasing the spotlight. You get your energy by chasing your purpose. The spotlight and other adulation will come with it. Have a great day.
Thank you for joining us for Weekdays Live with Reverend Al Sharpton. Take the time to share this broadcast right now. Tell your friends it's time to keep it real with Reverend Al. Comment your questions now in the chat or call Reverend Al Sharpton directly on air at 877-532-5797. Now stay tuned for Reverend Al.
This is Reverend Al Sharpton. As you watch the broadcast, support National Action Network. Go to www.nationalactionnetwork.net and be involved. You can join, take your membership right online, www.nationalactionnetwork.net. Getting ready to start the program, but we need you to be part of the movement.
You're live, sir.
Keeping it real, keeping it real. I'm your host, Reverend Al Sharpton. Hot Button Monday. Whatever's on your mind, whatever's in your heart, that's what we talk about on Mondays to kick off the week and come out of the weekend. A lot of people, I don't know why, tone out on the weekend. And I guess those of us that don't ever tone out don't understand that. But let me tell you about an issue and situation that we've been involved with here, and that is the community of Altadena in California. The whole question of their rebuilding. Many of you remember I went out and did the memorial services there, and they still have to rebuild. They're no longer in the news. And you know the average public sentiment is out of sight, out of mind. But Radio 1 and Reach Media, who we're on their stations around the country, said they're not out of their mind and shouldn't be out of ours. And they are initiating something I think is absolutely necessary and outstanding. I have on the live line Colby Tyner, who is the Senior Vice President of Programming at Radio 1 Reach Media. And he is going to talk to us about how they are going to do what they can to help Altadena after the fire. Colby, how you doing today?
Reverend Al, thank you for having me. It's an honor to be on the show, and I appreciate you for always keeping it real and spreading the information that we all need to know.
Tell us, the Urban One Podcast Network is chronicling the journey of Altadena. And like I said, I was there. I did the memorial service for several of the victims. And with the monthly episodes of Kolb, it elevates the stories of survival, resilience, and community solidarity. Tell us about it.
Well, the genesis of this podcast was really kind of what happened with Katrina many, many years ago. I remember I was on the radio when Katrina happened, and I was working in Philadelphia, and my general manager was from New Orleans, and he had to move his family to Philly, and we had a live broadcast, and we raised money, and we sent all the stuff down there, and then it just kind of like we didn't really talk about it that much anymore. And then years later, you see all of these stories and things that are occurring in New Orleans still to this day that most people don't know about. So when the unfortunate situation of the Eaton fires happened, you know, Miss H, Kathy Hughes, she brought a bunch of employees together, and we created a committee, and we were like, what can we do to, A, help these people, but also keep the message going and making sure that we don't forget. Because we can't forget them. Because there's an Altadena in every major community. Or city. There's an Altadena, a community like Altadena. So we decided to do a podcast that tells a story of what is happening post the fire, and it's more of an accountability measure, so that if there are things that are happening, like similar to what happened after Katrina, then we would have this vehicle to let people know what was going on in the community, A, and B, how they could help the community. And so that's the genesis of this podcast. In the first episode, we released a few weeks ago, and we feature a young brother named Tawala Sharp, who is a radio and media producer who grew up his whole life in Altadena, and he was lucky that he didn't lose his house. Him and 4 other houses on the block were spared, but he can't live there, and the insurance is not really helping them because post-fire, there are all kind of environmental issues, and the insurance company is like, hey, we'll give you $1,000 to dry clean your clothes. And it's deeper than that. There's more that needs to be done. And he's telling the story of his community where he grew up and what has happened, and how mind-blowing it is that he, you know, the barbershop, the supermarket, the church, the community center, everything is gone.
Yeah.
And the stress and the anxiety of that event is going to carry on for years. And we, meaning us, our community across the country, cannot forget our brothers and sisters in Altadena.
Now, you have, Carl, been a trusted voice in the media for years. How are you using this platform differently to push for justice and accountability and real support for the Altadena residents?
Well, one of the things that we've done in general as a company is that we have partnered with the Brotherhood Crusade, who is an organization that has been working for decades in that community, and they were already boots on the ground when the fire happened, and so what we have done is we have partnered with them to raise funds for that goes to their wildfire relief fund. We're raising money for that using all of our radio stations and our podcasts and TV One. If you watch TV One, you'll see the Chiron on the screen reminding people where they can donate. So we're going to continue to do that. We've made a long-term commitment to raise funds, but also telling the story, Reverend Al. So, like, you know, for instance, there are people that are trying to take folks' property. There are stories of insurance not covering people's belongings or anything that is going on. We want to be able to be the vehicle to tell that story so that everyone else is paying attention, because God forbid it happens in your community, and we want to make sure that we're supporting them and making sure that their information is being given. And I'm allowing folks from that community to come on the podcast and talk a little bit about their experiences as well.
What can our listeners do that are listening to you right now to help?
You can go to urban1cares.com, and there is a link there where you can donate that goes right to the fund that is helping people, which is really from, you know, getting people situated in rental situations to, you know, we were helping somebody get a washer and dryer, right, because they needed to get a washer and dryer. There's other people that needed cars. Shout out to Cedric the Entertainer, who actually was able to give 9 families a car so that they could use, because another part of this too, Reverend Alice, people not only lose their house, they lost their cars as well. But you can also listen to the podcast wherever you get your podcasts, or go to urban1podcast.com.
And how do people how do people get the podcast?
Wherever you get your podcast, you just search Altadena After the Fire. It's on Apple Podcasts, it's on Spotify, and all the other major platforms. So wherever you get your podcast, or you can go to urban1podcast.com.
All right. Well, this is something we're going to push and something that is needed. I went to Altadena, rode through it before I did the memorial service. It's just devastating. And to see something that was a community, first of all, it was a black community. They were forced because of they built a highway and put blacks on one side and the white and wealthy on the other. And those people built and carved out a stable, self-sufficient community that was burned mostly to the ground. And when I went and the 3 families that had me come, and one of the victims who died in the fire, mother was almost 100 years old, I believe, and she came to the memorial service. I wheeled her in. Lost everything. Their houses are down to just sticks and dirt for doing nothing. And the thing that that is so striking to me about what you're doing with Altadena After the Fire is that the real estate hustlers, the bandits, come in and try to just take their homes in a cheating scheme. So, for example, what I use as an example when I came back from Altadena, they would come in and say, all right, we'll lend you based on you bought the house for $400,000. We'll lend you the $400,000 or $500,000 and give us the house. Well, but what they don't talk about is that house may have been bought for $400,000 70 years ago, because it was many of those homes come down through generations. So that $400,000 home is worth $5 million now. So they'll buy it from you for $400,000 and resell it to some developer for $4 or $5 million. They're literally ripping people off who've been left with their clothes as ashes. And
well, just for everybody though, Reverend Al, like our wealth, most of our wealth, meaning our people, when we have wealth, is tied into our houses. So to live in the Los Angeles area, as you know, because you live in New York, is one of the most expensive places in the world to live. So that you have a house that you own that no longer exists, and now it's like, oh, you got to rebuild it, and you got to maybe still have money on that mortgage that you're paying. It is an impossible task for many of those families because that's their wealth. It's all tied into that. So that's why we can't forget, because this could happen in Harlem. This could happen in Mount Airy in Philadelphia. This could happen in any city has a community like Altadena, and that's why we have to keep talking about it and not forget it. And the media moved on. So that's why we was like, no, we want to tell this story and make sure folks listen to the podcast and make sure folks help. And even if you're well-to-do, if you could even adopt a family and help support a family get through this process, anything is on the table, because we cannot forget our folks in Altadena.
All right. Thank you for sharing this. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for being you. Colby Cobb, China, and we're going to support this Altadena after the fire. Go to where you do get your podcast, support it, and send and do what you can. Let me take a break. We'll be right back. Keeping it real. Sharpton, right after this. Hi, this is Reverend Al Sharpton. Be ready for the National Action Network's National Convention, April 2nd through the 5th, 2025, in New York at the Sheraton. This year, and the 57th anniversary of the assassination of Dr. King, they're trying to take back everything he stood and died for. We convene every year in April to make sure they know that they killed the dreamer, not the dream. We have workshops on everything from business development to dealing with our legal needs, from police reform all the way to how we deal with sentencing, how we deal with immigration, how we deal with the arts and entertainment. We have big names that come every year, but don't come for the big names, come for the big plans and the big execution. Register now, because with this year, as we are under assault with DEI, under assault with ending the Civil Rights Division of the Justice Department, under assault with now consent decrees and all are neutralized. If there ever was a time that you should come to a National Action Network convention, now's the time. We don't need a lot of philosophizing. We don't need a lot of showing how smart you are. We need action. We plan action, and then we go and do action. I'm looking for you. Go to www.nationalactionnetwork.net. We have no registration fee. You don't pay to register. Just get here and let's get it on. National Action Network Convention, April 2nd through the 5th. I'm going to look for you there.
The families, we have 3 families represented here, where we have Eric Nicholson, who your NAB member, Rodney Nicholson is his father. We have both Lisa and Trevor, who lost their mother, and then we have Evelyn and her children and family. We was out here on the news that Evelyn McClendon was on. And so we're going to
let's pray. Dear God, we come brokenhearted, but still with firm belief that there is meaning to everything that you allow. Give us the strength to stand even amidst this debris and to rebuild and to stand up to the challenge. And that we come to help these families as we by you to be helpful. Stand with the clergy and others in this community and the leaders here to know that they're not alone. And let us not go for vanity, but for sanity.
Yes.
And to redeem this community as an example to people all over the world, that you may be burned down, but you're not burnt out, and that you will make a way out of nowhere. These blessings we ask on each and every one of these people, even when the cameras are going, that you still shine a light of mercy on them. These blessings we ask in your name. Amen. Amen. I had a thought this morning that I want to share with you about mentorship. I am able to do a lot of what I do because I had great mentors, but there are correct ways and incorrect ways to mentor people, in my opinion. I was mentored as a boy preacher by Bishop F.D. Washington, one of the great Pentecostal preachers of his time. Then Reverend William Jones, who became my pastor after Bishop Washington died, who was unquestionably in the top 5 black church ministers, theologians. Reverend Jesse Jackson, who I started my activism under his leadership, he and Reverend Jones. And I learned politics directly as a youth director from Shirley Chisholm. So even though I didn't finish college, I had the most unique education in the world from being exposed to giants. But the one thing I learned is as I grew older and people started coming younger than me and wanted me to teach and mentor them, the magic of the mentors I had is they did not want me to be their clone. They wanted me to learn things from them and use my own gifts and talent in my own unique way and let me do things on my own, because they knew that if I flopped in some things, it would teach me for the other things. They'll come and help me once I was down, but they were not going to have me avoid being down. And they were not going to impose themselves on me. Why am I saying that? Because too many mentors want clones. And too many mentees want their mentors to put them on a pedestal. Oh, so-and-so didn't do this for me. Oh, so-and-so didn't open doors for me. If they gotta open doors for you, it may mean that they knew you weren't ready to go through those doors. Their job is to prepare you. Your job is to develop your own skills, your own unique ways. And I don't care if it's my daughters, who both have come into their own, or anyone else. I'm not a talent agent. I did not form National Action Network to give people their step up. I formed it to fight for justice for everybody. If talented people get in, it's my job to invest and give them a platform. It's their job to get on the platform and perform and show their ability. Sitting with me today in the office as I talk about is one of my mentees, Reverend Stephen Marshall. Now, Stephen, you just came around us when you were how old?
11 years old.
11 years old. You just turned 40 and now you're called to the ministry?
Yes, sir.
And what do you do in National Action Network?
I formulate policies, lead in various regions, but most importantly, I senior advisor to you on all things from social justice strategies, politics, intergovernmental affairs, you name it, community organizing, all of that stuff.
And I could go through scores of others. My daughter started Huddle. They got Huddles now, which is for young people to meet once a week all over the country. I just saw the video from the Las Vegas National Action Network chapter. Now, when you decided to preach, did I ever tell you to become a preacher?
Not one time.
Who called you to preach?
The Lord.
All right. And did I say go to this school or that school?
No, sir.
Did I open this door, that door? Did I tell you be ready when the door's open?
Always be ready and prepared.
And that's what I'm saying. Get you some young people than you that you can help along the way. But don't be their talent agent. Their talent must speak for themselves. And anybody that grumbles with you about so-and-so didn't do something for them, maybe it's because they didn't feel you were ready, or that they felt if they did it, you wouldn't do it on your own. But we all don't live forever. I want the next generation to speak of me, of National Action Network, and others, the way I speak of Reverend Jones and Bishop Washington and Shirley Chisholm and Reverend Jackson. But I just don't want young people to feel that somebody ought to give them the reins of leadership or give them the reins of business or whatever it is you're in. You need to learn from their journey, get the pearls of wisdom from them, but don't have them do for you, because then it means you can't do it for yourself.
Thank you for joining us for Weekdays Live with Reverend Al Sharpton. Take the time to share this broadcast right now. Tell your friends it's time to keep it real with Reverend Al. Comment your questions now in the chat or call Reverend Al Sharpton directly on air at 877-532-5797. Now stay tuned for Reverend Al.
This is Reverend Al Sharpton. As you watch the broadcast, support National Action Network. Go to www.nationalactionnetwork.net and be involved. You can join, take your membership right online, www.nationalactionnetwork.net. Getting ready to start the program, but we need you to be part of the movement. That's when Haile Selassie, the Emperor of Ethiopia, came to me, Adam Clayton Powell Jr., who was pastor here at Ethiopian Coptic Cross. That was my first hero in civil rights and politics.
As far as I know here, you're in trouble, where it says about 30% are unemployed. That's why I'm working hard to get this surplus food here. Some of you say to me, well, I'm not like you. I'm not a congressman. I haven't got education. I haven't got work. But you're a human being. And you know what you've got? You've got in your hand the power to use your vote and to use even those few cents you get from welfare to spend them only where you want to spend them.
Sharpton. Keeping it real, keeping it real. I'm your host, Reverend Al Sharpton. It is Hot Button Monday, and you that are listeners know that we kick off Monday, right? I really want to appeal to you to help Altadena and all of you that are calling in or that are on the live stream. Do what you can. Don't forget, watch Politics Nation with Al Sharpton every Saturday and Sunday, 5 p.m. Eastern Time on MSNBC. And you that are in the New York, New Jersey, Connecticut area, meet me or beat me to the Saturday Action Rally in Harlem. Every Saturday morning I'm there, Saturday mornings 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. at the House of Justice, 145th Street and Lenox Avenue in the village of Harlem, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. You that are not in the New York area, you can watch it live on Impact Television. And, of course, the National Action Network Convention, and people, thousands have already signed up, so we've already brought in more room in terms of ballrooms for our seminars. It's going to kick off a week from Wednesday, April the 2nd, and over until Saturday. And you can see the schedule, the sessions, by going to nationalactionnetwork.net. Governor Westmore is going to kick it off. We've got that day Ben Crump doing the criminal justice panel, on and on and on. Over the week, we have Patti LaBelle be honored. She'll be there. We have Stacey Abrams is going to come do a session with me. Dr. Michael Eric Dyson, Some of my colleagues from MSNBC will be there. Ari Melba of The Beat, he's not going to talk about media. And Don Lemon, who used to be at CNN, he's going to be there. And Errol Lewis, who's presently at CNN and New York One. All of them will be there with the media panel. We also will have Simone Sanders and Michael Steele and Alicia Menendez. A lot is happening. You need to be there. Register right now if you haven't at nationalactionnetwork.net, nationalactionnetwork.net, or call the toll-free number 1-877-626-4651. All right, it's Monday, so you know in order to kick it off, we have to have this young dynamo. And he is, of course, a Democratic strategist, founder and CEO of Blueprint Strategy, LLC. Antoine Seawright. How you doing, Antoine?
To kick off, it's good to be with you on Monday, Rev, to kick off the week always. And Rev, I got a message from you. I was in the airport for you. I was in the airport last night, and the lady said to me, "On these uncertain political and every other times, Reverend Al's suit game is certainly a stabilizing force."
But tell her I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Thank you for that. Let her know that your game ain't too bad yourself. I might have some suits and you got some too, but that whole collar thing you do with your tie and the collar kind of back, that's a young man thing. I think I got. You ain't looking, Antoine. Since we going into fashions, I mean, I ain't never seen you wear the same thing twice. But anyway, I don't want to embarrass you. But let me ask you. I had a breakfast meeting this morning after I got off Morning Joe with Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, and she was talking about what they're going to do in the Senate. How the Senate Minority Leader Schumer taking a lot of heat for going along with the Republican plan, but that he felt and some of them felt it would be worse if the government shut down. She said, but a lot of it is that the Democrats and in the Senate and the House and the party has a challenge in messaging, and that she wants to build a war room around messaging. They don't know how to talk to people in ways people understand it, short, concise messages, and working with this digital divide. And I mentioned you to her because the whole world of reading just the newspaper is over. I mean, it's still a lot of people read newspapers, but a lot don't. And a lot of people get their information now by digital access, digitally, or in other forms of social media. Part of my travel and media team is my youngest daughter, Ashley, and she don't even like me to carry newspapers in the airport. She said it make you look old. People look at you because people don't do news like that no more. And I think the Democrats don't understand
that. I agree with that sentiment. I also think that, Rev, is not just about building a messaging war room, because I will tell you this, not one person that you and I speak to on a regular basis can tell you what Donald Trump and the Republican message is other than dismantle and destroy. But I also think it's understanding that different constituencies require different messages, and everybody's needs are not the same. So because of that, I think we have to listen more than we talk and develop our messaging based on what we hear from folks. And I think as Democrats, and I've been guilty of this young in my career, we talk at folks instead of talking with folks or talking to folks. We make assumptions about them instead of them telling us what we should be speaking to them directly about. And then the third piece, Rev, is meeting them where they are. When 60% plus of the American people, not just Democrats, not just Republicans, not just black, whites, and young folks, get their news from a device, then we need to think about how we are communicating on those devices and what we're saying on those devices. If you can't say it in 8 to 10 seconds in terms of messaging, then chances are you're going to miss a whole generation of people. And if you can't live by the concept of KISS, keep it simple, see right, then quite frankly, you're going to always be in this messaging deficit as we find ourselves in. I'll give you one example, Reb. I was in the post office during the course of the election down in South Carolina, checking the mail, and I started talking about the IRA. And you know what the lady said to me? What are y'all going to do about what y'all doing with our retirement? And I was talking about the Inflation Reduction Act.
Wow.
Not even, and she could not put the two together. And so we've got to get off of K Street and speak in the language of Main Street and my street. And I think that is a real complicated thing for some of our leaders and lawmakers. And then, Red, finally, we've got to have trusted voices to echo the sentiments of what we're trying to say. If Kirsten Gillibrand shows up and says, we're going to increase the minimum wage, if that's not validated by a Sharpton, C-Ride, or some other trusted voice in those communities, people are not going to take it serious in this moment where uncertainty has not boded well over time.
On our message page on our on our live stream, Tricia says, "LOL, I'm going back to newspapers." All right, Tricia, I'm with you. I still get my newspapers delivered at home. I read the papers and I read everything online, and sometimes stuff in the papers that they don't have online and reverse. I do it all because my listeners are smart. They may call and talk about something I don't know about, so I have to know everything. My daughter's even got me reading the black gossip column stuff, some crazy stuff, but I read it. Let's go to the phones. Let's go to Laretha in Columbus, Ohio. Laretha, you're keeping it real with Sharpton and C-Ray.
Thank you so much. Have a great day. I'm calling about that woke. We woke up, but then we pressed the snooze button. We have to wake up again sometimes. So,
I like that. We woke up and then we hit the snooze button.
Yes, we hit the snooze button.
I like that.
Everybody knows that I think a lot of the Republican folks are really scared of Mr. Trump. So they vote a certain way, so they don't vote for the people. But I think if the people knew exactly what issues was to be voted on, they could petition their senators to vote or the representatives to vote the way they want to. And then I think every once in a while we need a paper before it's time to vote, but then we need one after they vote to find out how they voted. Now, everybody talking about in 2 years we're going to take back the House. You're not guaranteed 2 years to take back the House because by that time those people from January 6th will be running for office. Elon will put them in office with his money. So that's a bad idea because what you're going to do for these 2 years?
Yeah.
That don't make sense to me. And the rallies, they've been really nice, but that's a lot of energy wasted if you don't have petitions. We need petitions or something they can sign out there because the Republicans are saying those are Democrats that's making noise at their rallies. If you had petitions to go what you wanted your Republicans to have or know or which way you're going to vote, I think they need to petition sign up. Also, people who have not voted, sometimes they are at the rallies, go ahead and sign them up. Something needs to be in paper and in writing. I'm old, but I'm not crazy.
I know that's right. I appreciate your call.
One more thing, Ramel. Everybody knows Trump is very revengeful. He hates the United States. That's number one. He is trying to dismantle the United States so to make them kiss his ring or the other part of it. Elon Musk got all that money, and the only thing that he can't be is the president of the United States, regardless of how much money. If they change their constitution and bring it down, he can become the president if they change the constitution. That's what that's about. Trump has sold us to Elon Musk and going to give us to Russia. When it's all over, he's going to live on the Gaza Strip. That's all I need to say.
All right. You have a good day. I hear the music. Let's take a break. We'll be right back. Keeping it real. Sharpton. C-Right. Be right back.
The families, we have 3 families represented here where we have Eric, Nicholson, who your NAB member, over here.
I was going to bring you on. Now we're ready for the sermon.
Well, welcome, Reverend Al Sharpton.
I think it's clear where we are. The real question is what we're going to do about it. The only question is whether we going to get up and do what we supposed to do. They never knew what a cell phone was. They took a telegraph machine and a rotary phone and broke down the walls of apartheid. And we're sitting here with Instagram and Facebook and TikTok and 2 cell phones in your pocketbook talking about what we gonna do. Something is weak and wrong with us. If we got 17 ways to communicate and they only had one way, yet they could pack out rallies every night. They could shut down bus companies. You got 17 ways, got 4 different cell phones, and can't get 5 Negroes together for a meeting. And we must have the self-respect. This ain't about whether you are militant or moderate. It ain't about what organization you. Do you have enough respect for yourself that you're not gonna treat me like this? We built this country. We shed blood for this country. We put it on our back. You're not gonna do that to us in 2025. Work is required. And if we can't stand up now, you got a president in the White House that has said outright, I'm not going to have diversity. Outright said he's not going to deal with the question of racism. Outright said he's suspending anything that guarantees that we're going to deal with the question of racism. In fact, he said they are oppressing white folk. What Trump said. And you are not saying nothing. And you in the pulpit, well, every prophet in the Bible, everybody in the Bible prophesied and preached according to the time in which they live. There are no out of place prophets. There are none that God sends to discuss what happened or what's going to happen. He uses them to happen right there. Moses didn't preach about Abraham. He got the strength from the lineage of Abraham to lead the Exodus. What will they say about our story? What will they say about our generation? If when you have blatant racism, you two are afraid to stand up and call the truth out. The more you grind, the more you realize that people look and behave exactly like the choices they make every day. Whatever your choices are, how you eat, how you exercise, how you handle your temperament, how you handle challenges, whether you're disciplined, all of that is reflected in how you appear and how you behave every day. Your daily choices. That's why no matter where I am and no matter how much I have to do, I stay on my grind, working out, watching my diet, and trying to deal with my temperament because my behavior is a reflection of my choices that I make every day. And I don't worry about people being in opposition. People that oppose you are the ones that believe in your power and your potential more than anything. If they would oppose something that didn't have some force and power with it. So make your daily choices carefully and be very loyal and committed to the choices you make. No justice, no justice, no justice. What do we want? What do we want?
We are the sons and the daughters. We gotta stand up and make it loud. Just like our God told the Pharaoh, let my people go, go. We are a new generation from the ones who have come before. He's calling us into freedom, let my people go, go. We never shine, never shade. Give me a papa God, make the heavens. If you don't say you know what trouble, let my people go, go. The blood, sweat, and the tears that we gathered through the years. If you don't say you know what trouble, let my people go, go. Wade in the water, we did wade in the water, children.
Thank you for joining us for Weekdays Live with Reverend Al Sharpton. Take the time to share this broadcast right now. Tell your friends it's time to keep it real with Reverend Al. Comment your questions now in the chat or call Reverend Al Sharpton directly on air at 877-532-5797. Now stay tuned for Reverend Al.
This is Reverend Al Sharpton. As you watch the broadcast, support National Action Network. Go to www.nationalactionnetwork.net and be involved. You can join, take your membership right online, www.nationalactionnetwork.net. Getting ready to start the program, but we need you to be part of the movement.
July, sir.
Keeping it real. Keeping it real. Keeping it real. I'm your host, Reverend Al Sharpton. Antoine Seawright is our co-host. Antoine, I was looking at some of the messages on the message board on our live stream, and then it brought up this morning on Morning Joe about how Bernie Sanders and AOC are touring on a anti-oligarchy tour, and they drew 34,000 somewhere, 20,000 somewhere else. One of the things, and I think that is good because they're really dealing with the economic issues and talking to a lot of whites that voted for Trump that now understand they were duped, and what this is really happening to them is his doing. And one of the things I thought, and I brought it up this morning, was it also shows something that we must learn in our community, and you're an advantage of that. You're an example of that, and that is they are not arguing generational. Bernie Sanders is 12 years older than me, and AOC is one of the youngest members of Congress. I think when she was elected, she was the youngest. We run around talking about new leadership. They out there on tour together. And what I was saying this morning, and I want to repeat it, is that if it was a generational fight, look at the fact that, look at the ones around Trump. Trump's vice president, J.D. Vance, ain't but 40 years old. Stephen Miller in the White House, the architect of all this, is 37. This ain't about generation. You can have people in any generation that is progressive or regressive. And I think that a lot of us allowed them to divide us on stupidity. And one of the reasons I say I think of you is you work with Clyburn, to me, to your generation. Clyburn is about, I think Bernie's 83. They're 13, 14 years older than me. And I used to tease Reverend Jackson. I said, well, you know, you're a generation up. He said, I'm 13 years older than you. I said, which means you were a freshman in college when I was going to kindergarten. That's a different generation. But I think that we get in these frivolous arguments when our strength is our being together.
One of the biggest blessings, and I don't say this in a bragging way, but I say this in a very humble way. One of the biggest blessings of my life is being able to work alongside Jim Clyburn, but in the same breath, work alongside Hakeem Jeffries, and then in another generation, a 40-year-old Joe Neguse. Now, you have three of the top African-American leaders in the United States Congress that I work with on a daily basis who come from three different generations.
Wow.
And you never see them go after each other. And you know what that is? Because, yes, they're different. One from Colorado, one from New York, one from South Carolina. They're all different, but they've learned to yell in the places they agree and whisper in the places they disagree. And I think that is part of the problem with some in our community. Some want to have these ageism arguments and all these things, when at the end of the day, the things you care about, Rev, I care about too. You know why I care about them? Because I have parents that are your age. One day I hope to be your age, so I'm going to want somebody to care about the things that I care about at that age too. And at the end of the day, the things we may think we have that are different do not compare to the differences we have with the other side, who are literally trying to rip the fabric and the skin off of us as we know it.
Let's go back to the phone. Let's go to Ozzy in Cincinnati, Ohio. Ozzy.
Good day, Bishop and Mr. C. Wright. I just want to quickly say that I read something in the AP about how black women feel betrayed by increased minority support for Trump, and that these same black women are now saying that they're going to step back and allow those who broke this to allow Trump in there to fix it. And
wait a minute, they feel betrayed. They feel betrayed by who?
By minority support for Trump. That's what the AP stated in this article.
So they're saying black women feel betrayed by minority support
for Trump. It makes no sense to me, but I have heard where black women are saying that they're going to step back because they don't they did not get what they wanted from this last election. And
okay, so let me ask a question. If they didn't get what they wanted from the last election, then how is stepping back going to help them get it?
Bishop, I wanted to say this sounds like propaganda, the same kind of propaganda that our black young and old men are saying that your vote doesn't count. And so this sounds like some verbal propagandism. We all know he was the main propagandist for the Nazi Party to convince people to vote or to do against their own best interest what was needed to be done for the interest of the Nazi Party. And so this is just what I'm reading and hearing over the weekend. I was looking at Facebook and I saw what appeared to be a black woman stating the same thing concerning the issues of them stepping back. And it sure looked like an AI-generated propagandist machine at work. And so I just want to say, if we step back to let those who broke it fix it, they're just going to continue doing what they did when they broke it. And let's not step back. Like the lady said, we woke up and then hit the snooze button. We cannot do that, my people.
Well, let me tell you, that's why I think I will quote the intellectual Antoine Seawright, who said we need to deal with trusted voices, and whether they old, young, male or female, because it could be AI, it could be whatever, but we need to talk and hear from people that we know are there in good times and bad times. One thing you cannot do is you can't fake a record of what it is you're doing and what it is you're not doing. So I think that that brought home your message of trusted voices, Antoine.
Well, I think that's important. And also, you can't read everything on the internet. Now, I'm not going to dismiss the frustrations that some, not just black women feel, but black people feel about the system and how other constituencies did not do their part in the last election. But that don't mean we give up the fight. You know how long it took us to get voting rights and civil rights and everything else? And just imagine if those folks in that generation would have given up the fight. We never would be in position to be able to have anything to say in this moment.
Absolutely right. Let's take a break. We'll be right back. Keeping it real. Sharpton. Seawright. Be right back.
Beyond law, I love you. Beyond life, and see the ways that God has brought you. Oh, anybody?
That's when Haile Selassie, Emperor of Ethiopia, came to me, Adam Clayton Powell Jr., who was a pastor here now, at Ethiopian Coptic Cross. That was my first year when civil rights and politics.
As far as I know here, you're in trouble. Where it says about 30% are unemployed. That's why I'm working hard to get this surplus food here. Some of you say to me, well, I'm not like you. I'm not a congressman. I haven't got education. I haven't got work. But you're a human being. And you know what you've got? You've got in your hands the power to use your vote and to use even those few cents you get from welfare to spend them only where you want to spend them.
I think it's clear where we are. The real question is what we're going to do about it. The only question is whether we going to get up and do what we supposed to do. They never knew what a cell phone was. They took a telegraph machine and a rotary phone and broke down the walls of apartheid. And we're sitting here with Instagram and Facebook and TikTok and 2 cell phones in your pocketbook talking about what we gonna do. Something is weak and wrong with us. If we got 17 ways to communicate and they only had one way, yet they could pack out rallies every night. They could shut down bus companies. You got 17 ways, got 4 different cell phones, and can't get 5 Negroes together for me. And we must have the self-respect. This ain't about whether you are militant or moderate. It ain't about what organization you. Do you have enough respect for yourself that you're not gonna treat me like this? We built this country. We shed blood for this country. We put it on our back. You're not gonna do that to us in 2025. Hi, this is Reverend Al Sharpton. Be ready for the National Action Network's National Convention, April 2nd through the 5th, 2025, in New York at the Sheraton. This year, and the 57th anniversary of the assassination of Dr. King, they're trying to take back everything he stood and died for. We convene every year in April to make sure they know that they killed the dreamer, not the dream. We have workshops on everything from business development to dealing with our legal needs, from police reform all the way to how we deal with sentencing, how we deal with immigration, how we deal with the arts and entertainment. We have big names that come every year, but don't come for the big names, come for the big plans and the big execution. Register now. Because with this year, as we are under assault with DEI, under assault with ending the Civil Rights Division of the Justice Department, under assault with now consent decrees and all are neutralized, if there ever was a time that you should come to a National Action Network convention, now's the time. We don't need a lot of philosophizing. We don't need a lot of showing how smart you are. We need action. We plan action and then we go and do action. I'm looking for you. Go to www.nationalactionnetwork.net We have no registration fee. You don't pay to register. Just get here and let's get it on. National Action Network Convention, April 2nd through the 5th. I'm going to look for you there. Where Frederick Douglass laid. Don't stand on the ground where Rosa Parks laid, unless you're going to really do what it is we committing to do. Because we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against wickedness, principalities, wickedness in high places. I want everyone, if you're resolved, to just raise your right hand and repeat after me.
Be real, keeping it real.
State your name.
I'm your host, Reverend Al Sharpton, and we're back.
Antoine Seawright is our co-host. Let's go to Ozzy in Cincinnati, Ohio, the Buzz. Ozzy?
You've already went to Ozzy.
I'm sorry. We did Ozzy. Let's go to China in Minnesota. China?
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm okay. I'm so glad to get a hold of you. I just I want to ask you a question. Well, what do you think about I don't know if it's still where the Ukrainians and the Russians are ceasefires. I don't know if that's still going on. And I thought about when it was supposed to have started. I said, well, I wonder if that's just another way of Putin getting in to take over there, because Trump knows what's going on. I can't give Trump the president. I can't call him that, because you have to honor that. You have to,
So what do I think of what?
Okay, the Ukrainians and Russians, aren't they, isn't there still a ceasefire going on between the two?
No, the Ukraine and Russia are discussing a ceasefire. And, they're discussing it with Trump. They're not talking to each other. And it appears that over the weekend that Putin came out with some demands that he would want to see met to meet a ceasefire, including giving up some of the land that Ukraine has gained. Ukraine is saying that they cannot give up land without some security guarantees. And what land are they talking about? Putin also wants Ukraine to commit they'll never join NATO. So, I mean, the way that Putin is talking is that I don't think he really wants to get to a ceasefire. And the way that the envoy from the United States sent by Trump talks coming out of there, you'd think he worked for Putin. The envoy was advocating that the people in Ukraine, the area that Russia wants Russian rule anyway. They really don't want Ukraine. I mean, this is supposed to be a U.S. envoy, and he's over there advocating for Putin. I mean, weigh in on this, Antoine. How do you view this?
I think you're spot on. I think what they're trying to do is pump fake the American people that they are working towards a ceasefire, when, truth be told, Trump has an agenda to develop Gaza and do all the things that he's mentioned. And I don't think he's serious about a ceasefire, because his goal and objective is to placate, cuddle, and play footsie with Putin's power grab exercise and Putin himself. We've never had a weaker president of the United States on Russia than we have in Donald Trump. And I think that is becoming more and more clear. And the more he does his paper tiger threats, if you will, online, the more Putin just doesn't take it serious, ignores him, and do what he continues to do.
Let's go to Cliff in Connecticut. Cliff?
Reverend Sharpton, thanks for taking my call. Listen, correct me if I'm wrong. There's no question in the election with Biden, no question that with the help of James Clyburn, that the black women made him and helped him get the election. And in addition to that, it's the black leadership, including yourself, that kind of forced him into picking Kamala Harris as his VP pick, along with Ketanji Brown Jackson as the Supreme Court. So my point is that he didn't do it on his own. So this is what I'm saying. In terms of right now, I haven't heard from Kamala Harris. I don't see her. As you mentioned, I'm seeing Bernie and I'm seeing AOC. Where's she at? I think right now there's no question that she should be campaigning, at least speaking, because she had the momentum. And I know the midterms is important, but right now she should be campaigning. At least she even should have showed up when you walked on and marched on Selma with the 60th anniversary. She needs to be more visible. I'm just saying, I haven't seen a woman.
I think I have talked to her twice since the election, and I think that she's trying to strategize and figure out where she's going to go there. Some want to run her for governor of California. There are others saying she should wait and run again in 28. There are others saying she should write a book and go teach at a school. I think she's being pulled certain ways. I don't know
what does the black leadership want? What do
well, I would not want to betray what we are talking, but I can talk for me. What I'd like to see her is be active now, while she's making those decisions. I think she should tour the country and expose what Trump is doing. You know, and that's just me. I mean, I'm the kind of person. I think in motion. You know, I ain't never been one of them to go sit on the side of the mountain and do a Buddhist chant. I think in motion. So maybe I'm the wrong one to give advice, but I think that she could really be making a real point on what Trump is doing.
Right. So again, what is the black leadership doing to put her first? And what's the agenda? That's the question I'm asking. So while they're playing chess, we haven't even decided who we want as black people, who we want to run. And I think we're losing this. I think we're losing.
Well, I tell you what. A lot of those black leaders, and thank you for your call, Cliff, will be at the convention next week. You right there in Connecticut. You just come down every day and you talk to the black leaders. They'll be there, all of them. From
as a matter of fact, I drove by there today, man. I was by your place. It was closed around 8 o'clock.
In the morning?
I got to make deliveries there.
Oh, in the morning?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they open up town at about 9, but yeah, okay. I'm going to look for you at the convention, and you can talk to the black leaders. You come up and tell me you, Cliff, and I'll bring you right to the black leaders, and you ask.
I'll be right there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your call. I mean, your view on what Kamala Harris ought to do, Antoine?
Well, Rev, I think she has to be strategic and intentional. Well, let me back up. First of all, I think we need to kill this narrative that where's Kamala Harris, because I think that partly cost us during the election. There's not one person in the media asking where's J.D. Vance right now, and can't nobody tell you what the hell he's doing and what he has done as vice president.
Including him.
We had to kill that. Including him. So I think we have to kill that narrative. Second of all, I think that when Kamala Harris pops her head up and says anything, same for Joe Biden or Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, or anything else, it's going to be newsy. And what we don't need right now, and I appreciate her being strategic, is for her to end up being a distraction and folks then become wanting to relitigate the 2024 election or start making headlines and headway about the 2028 elections. I think she is going to be helpful to Democrats in 2024 in her own way. I know she's out there raising money and doing things for the party. I also think that she is going to be helpful in 2026. But how she is helpful, I think, is going to be strategic and intensive. Rev, I'm old enough to remember my old client, Hillary Clinton. The minute after she lost the election in 2008, and she poked her head up, that became news. The minute she lost in the last time she ran, it became news, and everybody directed their attention, anger, frustration towards her, and we took our eyes off the prize. We can't afford to do that in this moment.
Let's go to Ken in Philadelphia. Ken?
The good reverend's here again. Yes. We're going to have to make some decisions, but this isn't the time to talk about decisions. That's my position. 1. 2. What we're going to have to do is to form a youth brigade to go against the Trumpites because they're going against our youth. This anti-DEI piece is very interesting because if they're allowed to continue to push that sort of a line out of the Republican Party, then what we're going to end up doing is finding a loss of our youth if we don't get them on board now. And I do think you much, sir, because Trump is a racist. We all know it. He was supported by the Ku Klux Klan and endorsed by them. His father was a Klansman, arrested at a Ku Klux Klan rally. This is fact. Over and out.
All right, thank you for your call. Let me see if I can get another call in before we have to go to break. You got, y'all need to clean the screen because some of these I've gone to. But let's go to Anita in Chapel Hill. Anita.
Reverend Al, and hello to your guests in the audience. I just wanted to say that Donald Trump, I don't think he knows God well. I'm not listening to anything he's saying because I don't listen to people that don't know God well, okay? So I'm not looking for answers from him. I'm just looking for confusion, okay? So that's what we're going to get, and we need to stop looking for an answer. And I think Israel is kind of like on the wrong side of spiritual history in a lot of ways, and we cannot support that type of activity under religious doctrine. You know what I'm saying? That's not a religious reason to go in and tear up someone's country and kill all those people. I think the American people going to have to stand for something instead of letting everything fall on them. So that's my major problems right now is Trump not knowing God, and when Israel makes position and call it religious, and it's not, then it's causing a lot of confusion too. And unless we correct that and people really stand for what they believe in for real. And one more thing I want to say about Kamala. Her position of you people have choice. God says religion in Islam is not under compulsion. You have to have the will to want to do what God said. And that's what I don't like about Trump's position. You can't force people to live like God wants them to live. They have to come to that understanding and be blessed in that understanding. And that's what Christ was about.
All right. Thank you for your call. Let's get ready to take a break, and we will be right back. Keeping it real. Sharpton. Be right back. Dallas. Hello.
I've been traveling around the country talking to the radio announcers, the church people, and the street people, telling them that God has smiled on me. God has smiled on you if you got breath in your body. If He woke you up this morning and started you on your way. But I want to tell you some stories of people that God smiled on. We know the story of Dr. Martin Luther King, how he started way back in Montgomery, Alabama in 1955, trying just to get dignity, trying to get respect. And he went all the way to the mountaintop. But he didn't forget about the brothers in the valley. He didn't forget about those trapped in the alley. And I hear Brother Martin King say, God has smiled on me. He's been good to me. Let me tell you, God has smiled on me. It's been so good to me. Then I see as Dr. King went on, another man stepping to the forefront by the name of John F. Kennedy, who rose up and said, let's not stand back. Let's not wait for a handout. Let's wait for a way out. He said, ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. He said, don't us gravel and don't us moan, because God can smile on us. Let me say it. Apollo Theater and I saw a man come out. They call him the King of Soul, James Brown. And James Brown said, Reverend, don't you worry. I started out as a shoe shine boy. I started out as a convict. I started out uneducated. But I learned to sing my song, and I sung it all over the world. I told him it was a man's world. I told him about the big payback. I told him Papa got a brand new bag. And all over the world, they can hear my voice. But Reverend, don't you frown. Don't you bow your head. Tell him what you told me, Brother Brown. And she said, son, even though we don't have much, we don't need relief. All we need is belief. And she said, he didn't tell you no lie, because the Lord will take care of you. God sits high, but he looks down low. And every time you get discouraged, every time you're burning down, all you have to do is think of the things that God made a way for you and look toward the heavens. Lift your eyes to the hills and say, God, 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 don't smile on me. Now then the God has smiled on me. He has set me free. God has smiled on me. That has been so good to me. Yes, he has. I say God smiled on me. He has set me free. And I know all over the country, smile on me. We need jobs. We need a way to make it. We need help. We need jobs. We need a way to make some money to feed our families and raise our bread. We need a way to survive, so we don't need crime as a survival kit. We just need a little bit. But don't give the hope up. Don't lose the faith, because God will smile on you. God will give you the strength. God will make a way for you. Adam Clay Powell said, keep the faith. Keep the faith, baby. I hear Robert Kennedy saying that it's not the dream of, but it's the dream that'll live on forever. Just know that God will smile on you. Dr. King had a dream. Dr. King said, I went to the mountaintop, but I didn't stop there. I looked over and saw the promised land. I hear Brother Malcolm saying, don't sit on the stoop. Stand up and be a man. Respect yourself. Be somebody. Then I hear the brothers in the Hispanic community say, I'm going to stand up and be a man. I'm going to do the best I can. I had a reaper say, I don't care what time you come home, but just give me some respect when you get there. Now God has smiled on me, but he has set me free. God smiled on me. It's been so good to me. Sit down. And as we move on in history, let us remember that if we look to God, God has the answer to all of our problems. God is still the same God he was years ago, and we can still make it. We can still hold on like Frederick Douglass did. We can still keep him on like Martin Luther King did. We can still ride on the way everyone that made it did. They didn't have much, but they had a whole lot of faith. They didn't have money, but they had a lot of determination. We know that God will look out for his children, that God will make a way out of no way if you just keep the faith and refuse to lose. And God will make a way, because God's children don't have color. God's children just have will. And I can still hear somewhere in my mind James Brown say, God
I was going to bring you on. Now we're ready for the sermon.
Well, welcome, Reverend Al Sharpton.
I think it's clear where we are. The real question is what we're going to do about it. The only question is whether we going to get up and do what we supposed to do. They never knew what a cell phone was. They took a telegraph machine and a rotary phone and broke down the walls of apartheid. And we're sitting here with Instagram and Facebook and TikTok and 2 cell phones in your pocketbook talking about what we gonna do. Something is weak and wrong with us. If we got 17 ways to communicate and they only had one way, yet they could pack out rallies every night. They could shut down bus companies. You got 17 ways, got 4 different cell phones, and can't get 5 Negroes together for a meeting. And we must have the self-respect. This ain't about whether you are militant or a moderate. It ain't about what organization you. Do you have enough respect for yourself that you're not going to treat me like this? We built this country. We shed blood for this country. We put it on our back. You're not going to do that to us in 2025. Keeping it real, keeping it real. I'm your host, Reverend Al Sharpton. Antoine Seawright is our co-host. Let me read some of our messages. Leslie Jennings says, kicking up our heels and getting on the good foot, we should be ever so thankful for James Brown and Reverend Al. They paved the way for us. And she listened to some of the tape of that record James Brown sang and I preached. Together we did it in the studio. He wanted the gospel rap record called God Has Smiled on Me, the only gospel he did, recorded. We never got it out, and I play it on our live stream where he sings 2 or 3 verses, has the JBs play, then he has me preach, then he comes back and forward. I appreciate you, Leslie, saying that. Nancy says the country needed this reckoning because obviously we needed a reminder to see how much we depend on each other, especially the special and stupid Republican accommodation Trump has been signing. And, somebody told me this morning that if you look at the Bible, we would have never heard of the 3 Hebrew boys if we hadn't had a Nebuchadnezzar. Sometime God will give you a Nebuchadnezzar to bring the Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego out of you. Let's go to the phones. Let's go to Still Bill, Antoine. Still Bill in Cincinnati, Ohio, the buzz. Still Bill.
Good afternoon, Reverend. Good afternoon, guest.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'd like to comment on the passing of George Foreman.
Okay.
I was shocked to hear about it. He was truly one of the many great heavyweight champions, and the fact that he gave up the fast lane life and gave up his boxing career for religion, and I salute him for that back in the day in the 70s. And he damn nearly became, like the 3rd man to win the championship twice, almost beating Xander Holyfield. And that was a good fight. But moving on to Trump, is it true that he has now went after Social Security and Obamacare? Wow. I mean, he is really trying to do damage.
I think it's true. I think that, as I said earlier, I had a breakfast with U.S. Senator Gillibrand. There's no way they can do what they're talking about with the budget and give the tax cuts to these billionaires without going into the entitlement programs. And they know it. and everybody can count knows it. And it is atrocious, but that's who they are. I mean, the way they're trying to do the tax cut on the wealthy and take the budgets out of entitlement programs and some government services, the math just don't math, Antoine.
Well, if you think about it on the whole, you cannot help but to think about Trump's Project 2025.
Right.
All of this stuff they're doing, going after Medicaid, Social Security, rolling back the Affordable Care Act, it's right there in that document, and we talked about it. Somehow or another, people did not believe they were going to do what they're already doing.
Absolutely
It's like Damon Lynch said, he's angry. The fact, that he lost the 2020 election to Biden. He's angry because he spent so much time in court. He's angry because, he cheated on his wife with a porn star and she blew the whistle on him anyway when he paid her hush money and everything. He's angry, and we're paying the price for that. And it's just so ludicrous and it's unfair. But overall, I am keeping my vision on the fact that God is my president, and that I pray that he oversees everything. But, gentlemen, thank you very much for doing the good work that you do. And, Reverend, say hello to your daughter, Dominique, because I will promise to keep it real.
All right. Thank you, Still Bill. Let me go to Ray, also in Cincinnati, the Buzz.
My man, Rev, thanks for taking my call. Rev, a couple things. The Republicans, they have given the Democrats a gold mine. And when I say gold mine, a lot of things to run on. Let me just run down a few. Women's rights, DEI, government federal firings and layoffs, Elon Musk and his Doge, trying to privatize the post office. These Republicans at these town halls, they're angry. Farmers are angry. Veterans are angry. And they're still infighting. There is so much to run on than when Kamala Harris had to run on. It's the messaging. There is no way that they should lose in the midterms. My thing is the midterms is so far away, but Trump is going to just give us more to run on. And so what he's doing now, it won't compare to what he'll be doing the rest of the year and the rest of next year. But, Rev, what I wanted to say is I saw you on Nicole Wallace Friday, and then she had another lady on. And I think Nicole Wallace had a breaking news where you may have been gone by then, where one of the largest law firms in the country bowed down to Trump. Right?
Yeah.
And so Nicole Wallace, as she always does, she told her to name names of some of the law partners of this law firm. And when this guest said Jay Johnson, Loretta Lynch,
right,
and she said they said nothing, we in bad shape, Rev.
No, wait. She's talking about the Paul Weiss law firm.
Right.
And what Trump had threatened to take away their security clearance, which means that they could not represent people that were dealing with military lawsuits or other things they would need for their cases, and which also means that they lose government access. They agreed to do an enormous amount of free work for the government if he would not drop their security clearance. Now, this was done by the managing partner. Loretta Lynch and Jay Johnson and Damon Williams and them, who are in the law firm, didn't make that decision. The senior partner did. So the question is whether they are going to stay there or leave the law firm. And they may have to leave if the security clearance is done, because a lot of Jay Johnson's work came out of Homeland Security. He couldn't represent those clients. So it's not like they made that decision. It's like somebody at MSNBC decides to fire somebody it ain't like they called me in or Simone Sanders and asked, can we cut this deal? So I wouldn't be quick to judge Loretta and them on this.
Okay, but I did hear the guest, and even Nicole said, and this is what she said, that they stood by and said nothing. Now, maybe it was just too soon for them to say something, you know.
Right, and that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
So if I'm jumping the gun, then
I don't think you jumping the gun. I think you're right to raise the question. And if we don't see in the near future, because I don't understand how, and I'm going to throw this to you, Antoine, how the president gets away with shaking down. That's all this is. To say that you're going to get several hundred hours of free legal work from one of the top law firms is really a bribe that they giving you what they charge other people hundreds of thousands of dollars. So they're giving it to you to decide who gets it, your buddies and all. So they can keep their security clearance. I mean, that's like telling an elected official, you pay me or I'm going to take your security clearance from you.
Well, Reb, it's a pure shakedown, but
Sure.
It's also reflective of what Donald Trump is doing at Mar-a-Lago. $5 million to get there to have a meeting with him. They're pimping out the Easter egg hunt. And he's pimping out government as we know it because he does not face consequences, and he's not fearful because he feels like the response to him, he's been able to beat all the responses. That's why good people on both sides need to step up to the equation and hold him accountable and just say no. We've got to learn to tell him no because this is also, Reb, a power grab.
Absolutely. Let me go to my friend in Atlanta, Georgia, Northwest Atlanta at that. Sister D, how you doing, D?
I'm doing great, Reverend L, and you made me smile when you with that introduction and that announcement. Hello to you, and hello to one of my favorites, Mr. C. Wright. I love hearing and seeing Antoine C. Wright. He is our future Reb. Reb, this weekend I attended a rally. Senator John Ossoff held a rally here in Atlanta.
Okay.
And I attended that rally. And Senator Reverend Raphael Warnock was there too. When he started his remarks, Senator Ossoff asked us to turn to our neighbor and say, we're in this together. Now, where I was sitting, I'm older, Reb. I was not one of those up there standing. My niece was standing up with the crowd that you see on TV cheering on. I was back there with the wheelchair and the cane carrying crowd. We were sitting on the side. And there were mostly older white women and men sitting there with me. And I turned to the woman to my left, and we smiled and we spoke and introduced each other. We said, we're in this together. And she looked at me and she said, I've never been to anything like this before. And Reb, I thought about it. I said, well, I've been going to these things all my life.
Right.
Reb, I'm in Atlanta, so I've been attending all those civil rights rallies and a lot of political ones, too. And I thought to myself, how many of these folks sitting here have never been to a rally like this, but because of Trump, they are coming out?
That's
and
right.
It
Makes
me wonder. Yes. And when Reverend Warnock spoke, he said, talking about Trump, this isn't the change people wanted. And Rev, every time I call here, I say the same thing here lately. Democrats need to spend money on national ads detailing their policy differences and ask one question: is this the change that you voted for?
I love that. Thank you for your call.
You,
always good to hear your voice. Let's take a break. Be right back. Keep it real. Sharpton. See right. Be right back.
When Haile Selassie, Emperor of Ethiopia, came to be Adam Clayton Powell Jr., who was pastor here now. That Ethiopian Coptic cross. That was my first year when civil rights and politics.
As I know here, you're in trouble, where it says about 30% are unemployed. That's why I'm working hard to get this surplus food here. Some of you say to me, well, I'm not like you. I'm not a congressman. I haven't got education. I haven't got work. But you're a human being. And you know what you've got? You've got in your hand the power to use your vote and to use even those few cents you get from welfare to spend them only where you want to spend them.
Hi, this is Reverend Al Sharpton. Be ready for the National Action Network's National Convention, April 2nd through the 5th, 2025, in New York at the Sheraton. This year, and the 57th anniversary of the assassination of Dr. King, they're trying to take back everything he stood and died for. We convene every year in April to make sure they know that they killed the dreamer, not the dream. We have workshops on everything from business development to dealing with our legal needs, from police reform all the way to how we deal with sentencing, how we deal with immigration, how we deal with the arts and entertainment. We have big names that come every year, but don't come for the big names, come for the big plans and the big execution. Register now. Because with this year, as we are under assault with DEI, under assault with ending the Civil Rights Division of the Justice Department, under assault with now consent decrees and all the neutralized, if there ever was a time that you should come to a National Action Network convention, now's the time. We don't need a lot of philosophizing. We don't need a lot of showing how smart you are. We need action. We plan action and then we go and do action. I'm looking for you. Go to www.nationalactionnetwork.net. We have no registration fee. You don't pay to register. Just get here and let's get it on. National Action Network Convention, April 2nd through the 5th. I'm going to look for you there. Stop telling yourself you're not confident of what you could do. When people with half your skills and a quarter of your talent have gone on to create big waves in life, if you look at them and you know you're more gifted than them, then what is your problem? You are looking for someone to come and drag you into success. You've got to use what you have, which is, in my judgment, more skillful than others I've known in your areas. Use that and believe in that, and your confidence will build up as you get going and start doing. And don't chase the spotlight. Sharpen your skills. Live in your purpose. And you'll get so good the spotlight will be chasing you. Be so good they can't help but talk about you and put the spotlight on you. You don't get your energy from chasing the spotlight. You get your energy by chasing your purpose. The spotlight and other adulation will come with it. Have a great day.
No justice, no justice, no justice. What do we want? What do we want?
We are the sons and the daughters. We gotta stand up and make it loud. Just like our God told the Pharaoh, let my people go, go. We are a new generation from the ones who have come before. He's calling us into freedom. Let my people go, go. We never shine, never shade. Give me a papa glory, make the heavens. If you don't say you know I'm trouble, let my people go, go. The blood, sweat, and the tears that we gathered through the years. If you don't say you know I'm trouble, let my people go, go. Wade in the water, we did wade in the water, children.
Where Frederick Douglass laid. Don't stand on the ground where Rosa Parks laid, unless you're going to really do what it is we committing to do. Because we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against wickedness, principalities, wickedness in high places. I want everyone, if you're resolved, to just raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name, Al Sharpton, do solemnly commit that I will stand up and rise up in the name of Dr. King, in the name of Frederick Douglass, in the name of Rosa Parks, and I will defend equality for all, diversity, equality, inclusion, women's rights, LGBTQ rights, immigration rights. I commit, I take this oath that I will not become like those I'm fighting. I'm not for violence, but I will peacefully stand against those that want to bring us down. I commit this in the house of God, on this sacred ground. So help me God. Congratulate yourself. Keeping it real, keeping it real. I'm your host, Reverend Al Sharpton. Antoine C. Wright is our co-host. Let's go to the sage of the South. Brother Jihad is on from Atlanta. Brother Jihad.
Hey, good afternoon to both of you.
Good afternoon.
Good. Hey, Reverend Al, let me say something to you. This is not a correction, but just an alternative view and suggestion.
Okay.
When we say that God, remember Trump said that God chose him, right? So if we say that, and we say it all the time in the Islamic community and the Christian community, we say that God presents tests to us, right? But I choose to believe that God knows that has equipped us to deal with all these human obstacles that might present themselves. So therefore, when the test comes, it's not that God put the test there for us, but that God understood that he put us in a situation where we were dealing with human beings, and those human beings might create obstacles for us, but he also equipped us with the tools to handle those obstacles. So I don't want to give.
No, I follow what you're saying, and I think that it is. I think that you're right, because the connotation of just saying God put somebody on us is like God just plays with us and say, I'm going to test them now. But the way you're saying is that God, in his creating us, he built us with the ability to handle these kinds of things, and it's up to us to handle them. We have the ability to. I mean, look what we've already survived. I can't, for the life of me, Brother Jihad, or do you, Antoine, understand why everybody's panicking. We've dealt with worse than Trump. I mean, and I'm not belittling it all or minimizing Trump's impact, but I be concerned. Let's get busy. Let's go to work, but don't panic. I mean, you act like we had a crystal stair all the way to where we are now. I don't understand that.
That's right, because and then I just wanted to throw that out there. But Brother C-Wright, can I respectfully disagree with you on Sister Kamala Harris? And I'm going to use Reverend Al as an example. Reverend Al, if I'm correct, I remember you being in Selma prior to you running for President of the United States.
Yeah, I was.
Would that be correct?
That's correct.
And not just on one occasion, but many occasions, you recognize the importance of Selma dealing with voting rights and politics.
And what it meant. And what it meant to our people.
That's right. So it didn't take you running for president to show up in Selma. And after you ran for president, including the Honorable Jesse Jackson also, both of you continued to show your face in Selma.
Been there every year.
Because every year.
Jesse can't even walk. Jesse was in a wheelchair the last 2 years.
That's right. That's right. So with Kamala Harris, the argument that our good brother put forth, I can't accept that, because Trump didn't stop talking for 4 years after he was out. He critiqued them. He critiqued the president before them, Obama. He critiqued everybody for 4 straight years. He made his voice known on those people and their policies. Now, if we're going to say that this is a major critical moment in American history, then she can't be silent. She can't be silent on the premise that people might not like what she say, or she's strategizing and she's waiting for 4 years to say something. I guarantee you, when she pops up in 2 years or 4 years, people are going to ask her, where were you when this country was being taken over? And you can't just come back and say, I told you. Mm-hmm. No, we already know. We've been told. Now we have to deal with the situation as it presents today. So I agree with the brother that it would have been beautiful if we had seen her on her own, when she's not in her status position, walking across that bridge and supporting some of these situations and speaking up every day on these situations that's taking place right now. So I agree. I don't think she should get a pass.
Antoine?
Well, Brother Jihad, you just mentioned free will, and God gives us free will to make some decisions. I think Kamala is exercising her free will to be strategic about where she inserts herself into the conversation and what that looks like. I'm not saying I agree with the strategy. All I'm saying to you is I think that if Kamala Harris would have went to Selma, it would have been about Kamala Harris and not about Selma. Why? Because people are trying to figure out what is she going to do next. I think when it's crystal clear about what her plans are next, if she's going to run for governor or not, and I think she pops up, then I think then that means something different than her just speaking up and speaking out in every moment. Keep in mind, there's very little oxygen in the room. and familiarity breeds contentment in many cases right now. And so I think she's just being strategic and thoughtful. That's her free will to do that.
Well, let me say this. Clearly, and I hear people do this all the time, we know human beings have free will. That's not the question. That's not in question. The question is whether or not we want to suggest to her or suggest to her handlers that her voice is needed right now. The Democratic Party every day is on TV talking about y'all need a voice. We need a voice. Where's our voice? Where's our voice? Well, we had a great voice, a $75 million voice. And there's nowhere in the world that she could see, if this time is as critical as you all say it is, to address this situation. You know what I mean? We might not have a situation where she could run for governor in 2 years. What this guy's doing in 60 days is dismantling the whole system of the United States government policy program. So we might not even have that opportunity later. Her voice is needed right now, and I understand clearly she has free will. Everybody got free will. If that's our answer because they got a free will, don't bother them. Don't ask them no questions. Don't challenge them because they have free will. That doesn't make any sense.
No, Jihad, that's not what I said. I said she's exercising free will to take her time to be strategic about what she wants to do. No matter what any of us say to the former vice president, that she's going to ultimately decide how she wants to maneuver and move.
Correct.
That's her will to do that. And we have to respect her. We have to respect the way she is making her decision making. And when she comes up, then we've got to wrap our arms around her.
So we shouldn't say nothing. We shouldn't ask her where, like you said, the people saying, where is she? People shouldn't ask where she is, the most powerful, second most powerful person during the election in the whole country and the world. And we shouldn't ask where is she on these critical moments. And then, like Reverend Al said, let her just go to the Buddhist temple and just sit back and meditate while the country is being destroyed. Come on,
see, I think that the fact is, you're right, Antoine, that people have free will, and Brother Jihad is right that we all know that. I think that the risk that's run, and you know I'm a big supporter of Kamala Harris, is when you come back, people are going to ask you where you've been. And I think that we don't need, I understand your point, Antoine, as a strategist, that you don't want to make the Selma March about you. But you don't want also people to say, I was there for you and you disappeared. And if you couldn't take losing the defeat, then how was you going to be president, dealing with everything from Ukraine to Gaza to Southside Chicago? So I think that you run the risk. That's why there's many times we take a licking, but we got to keep ticking. Let's take a break. Thank you, Brother Jihad. Looking for you in New York. Keeping it real, Sharpton. Be right back. No, Jihad is right about that. She should be out there.
We have Eric Nicholson, who your NAB member, Rodney Nicholson is his father. We have both Lisa and Trevor, who lost their mother, and Lillian Evans and her children and family. We was out here on the news that Evelyn McClendon was home. And so we're going to
let's pray. Dear God, we come brokenhearted, but still with firm belief that there is meaning to everything that you allow. Give us the strength to stand even amidst this debris and to rebuild and to stand up to the challenge. And that we come to help these families as we have been anointed by you to be helpful. Stand with the clergy and others in this community and the leaders here to know that they're not alone. And let us not go for vanity but for sanity.
Yes.
And to redeem this community as an example to people all over the world, that you may be burned down but you're not burnt out, and that you will make a way out of nowhere. These blessings we ask on each and every one of these things, even when the cameras are going, that you still shine a light of mercy. These blessings we ask in your name. Amen.
not going to bring him on. Now we're ready for the sermon.
Well, welcome, Reverend Al Sharpton.
I think it's clear where we are. The real question is what we're going to do about it. The only question is whether we going to get up and do what we supposed to do. They never knew what a cell phone was. They took a telegraph machine and a rotary phone and broke down the walls of apartheid. And we're sitting here with Instagram and Facebook and TikTok and 2 cell phones in your pocketbook talking about what we gonna do. Something is weak and wrong with us. If we got 17 ways to communicate and they only had one way, yet they could pack out rallies every night. They could shut down bus companies. You got 17 ways, got 4 different cell phones, and can't get 5 Negroes together for me. And we must have the self-respect. This ain't about whether you are militant or moderate. It ain't about what organization you do. You have enough respect for yourself that you're not going to treat me like this. We built this country. We shed blood for this country. We put it on our back. You're not going to do that to us in 2025. Hi, this is Reverend Al Sharpton. Be ready for the National Action Network's National Convention, April 2nd through the 5th, 2025, in New York at the Sheraton. This year, and the 57th anniversary of the assassination of Dr. King, they are trying to take back everything he stood and died for. We convene every year in April to make sure they know that they killed the dreamer, not the dream. We have workshops on everything from business development to dealing with our legal needs, from police reform all the way to how we deal with sentencing, how we deal with immigration, how we deal with the arts and entertainment. We have big names that come every year, but don't come for the big names, come for the big plans and the big execution. Register now. Because with this year, as we are under assault with DEI, under assault with ending the Civil Rights Division of the Justice Department, under assault with now consent decrees and all are neutralized, if there ever was a time that you should come to a National Action Network convention, now's the time. We don't need a lot of philosophizing. We don't need a lot of showing how smart you are. We need action. We plan action and then we go and do action. I'm looking for you. Go to www.nationalactionnetwork.net. We have no registration fee. You don't pay to register. Just get here and let's get it on. National Action Network Convention, April 2nd through the 5th. I'm going to look for you there.
You live, sir.
Keeping it real. Keeping it real. I'm your host, Reverend Al Sharpton, and we're back. Antoine Seawright is our co-host, rolling with me the whole show as he does on Mondays, with us and for us, and we appreciate it. Let's go to Andre J. in Chicago, Illinois. Andre.
Hello to you, Reverend Sharpton, and hello over there, Mr. Seawright.
How you doing, Andre?
Hey, sir. I'm good. Happy Monday to you. I'm going to start with this here. God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. The reason I said that is because when we talk about messaging for the Democrats, they got to have the courage to address something that was one of the underlying factors in Kamala Harris losing the election. One of the underlying factors was racism. And they have to talk about it. They don't have to put nobody down, but they should, and part of the Democratic mission should be that, okay, you don't want your kids to have to pay more taxes, but you also don't want them living in an environment that's full of racism and bigotry and hatred that Donald Trump is stirring up. They got to have a message of unity. I think everybody can appreciate a little bit of unity because all Donald Trump is talking about is division and destruction and mayhem. But part of their messaging should be, we want to unify the country. We want to bring the people together. We want to bring the races together. And you can't never annihilate bigotry completely, but they could address it and then call out the Christians, because if you believe in the supreme being, then you have to believe in some form of morality and righteousness. And I don't see anything godly about Donald Trump. So part of that message, and Democrats got to have the courage, like the Serenity Prayer said, the courage to change the things that you can. That's what I want to add to the conversation today, Rev, see, right?
All right. Thank you for your call. Let me go to our comments on live stream. Frederick McLeod says, in my opinion, Vice President Harris coming out now after her loss will be a distraction. When Trump lost, his focus for 4 years was all about him. So he's going with the strategy, Frederick, of saying she shouldn't make it about her. Brother Jihad said she should stay out there. I tend to say she should stay out there. I understand what you're saying, though, Antoine, that that's her choice and that she wants to be strategic. But I also think one of the things that I think we've got to be very clear about, and I'm not just personalizing this with former Vice President Harris, but all of us in public life, whether we're in elected office or not, is our people are hurt. And our people, some of our people were traumatized by the loss to think that Trump was coming back. And since he's been back, he's been flooding the zone and just boom, 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 boom. And I think people need to see and hear stable hands that are strong, that they supported, been leaning on, been there for them. And I just think that is part of our responsibility, that even when our head is not clear and foggy, we need to be there to let people know that all is not lost. That's just my way. I mean, there are many times, I get up in the morning and Trump done tweeted something about me in the middle of the night, but that don't mean I ain't coming outside and I ain't going to do my shows and I'm not going to meet with the people I got to meet with. You shouldn't get in the ring if you can't take blows.
Well, I tend to agree with you that she needs to say something. But what I have discovered in this moment, if she says something about every single thing or to every single thing that's going on, nobody's going to lean in about it, because familiarity breeds contentment, borrowing words from the old Floyd Flake. And so what I believe that her thinking is that she's going to pick the right fight to get into. Pick a good fight, as the former civil rights preacher from Montgomery said. Pick a good fight and get into it. And I think that's what she's got to do, but she's got to be strategic about it, because, again, the minute she steps out there, it's not about the issue she's fighting for or fighting with. It's about whether or not she's running for president or not, and then it's all about 2028. And before you know it, Republicans are then lining up to smash us in the 2025 and 2026 elections. We saw that with Hillary Clinton the last time around when she lost.
Yeah. Let's go to Rufus in Georgia. Rufus, W-A-O-K, in Georgia.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
I don't want to talk too much about Donald Trump because anybody will ask and see that he's fully involved with the devil. I want to talk about in the black community, our move. Have we made any kind of contingency plans to support our people financially with rent and food and safe harbor and legal work for attorneys or whatever? Because sooner or later they're going to stop putting some black people on those planes going to El Salvador or wherever else they deem necessary. So I'm saying that all these black people with all these big old houses and big old mansions and all these cars all over YouTube and everything showing them, are they going to put get some pallets together, and an extra table in the house? That's my comment.
Well, let me say this. Thank you for your call. One of the reasons the convention next week is important is having all kinds of people, black businessmen, some of the most successful in the country there with us next week, elected officials. That's why people need to be there and get the information, and in many of the sessions ask the questions. And I do not underestimate at all what Donald Trump may do. I mean, he's been in little over 2 months, and it feels like 6 years. He intends to just flood the zone, and we must have a counter strategy, and we must have a strategic program. That's why I mean, and I'm not just saying it because it's our organization, but I wouldn't be anywhere but at the first gathering since he did all of this. Talking about Kamala Harris showing up, I'm going to see how many people show up. Now, usually we get thousands, we get probably the largest turnout, but it should be extra large now because we all need to be hearing and understanding. When I've got this convention with everybody from Westmore to Ben Crump there, these are people we know and have been on the firing line, and we want to hear what we need to do. What is more important for us than to have this kind of sit down now? Al in Rochester. Al?
Thanks for having me, Reb.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment. Last week you mentioned some people, they just too lazy to vote, but they had the most to complain about. You can't put your clothes on, walk a few blocks to go vote, cast your vote, and this, that, and the other. You know, and then you got your politicians in Washington going all different directions. They have to come together. We're all in this together. Well, let's wait for 2 years for the midterm. 2 years is not promised to any of us. So my point is this, in terms of Social Security, I don't put nothing past Trump and Musk. They might deliberately try to train wreck it, make it go off the rails, make up an excuse, tell a lie that it's not working anymore, to privatize it, this, that, and other. I wouldn't put nothing past it. And again, now is the time to come together. We can't wait 2 years. You know, we got problems right now. Do you have anything you could say on that subject?
No, I think you're absolutely right. Thank you for your call. I think that we've got to come together. I think that it was stinging and stunning when he won, but now it's time to come on and say, okay, fine. This is the hand we dealt. We're gonna have to play this hand and move on. And I think I agree with you, Antoine, that he never stopped. When he lost, he never. He first started by saying he didn't lose. He told that for 2 or 3 years, and they immediately organized that January 6th stuff. They never stopped, and I think that we've got to be just as determined and just as in their face to think that they can't sell wolf tickets. They talking about some of the civil rights groups they may go after and see. And I told them on a Zoom call last night, let them come. Let them do what they got to do, and we do what we got to do. What did you think they were going to do? They've closed down all these civil rights cases. They talking about they released the some of the assassination data on JFK. Now they're talking about they're going to release it on Dr. King. But are they going to release whether law enforcement was involved? Are they going to tell the whole truth? I mean, let's just keep coming. There's a reason why Trump goes and attacks people like me, because we attack him. People say to me, I read a tweet, Donald Trump called you this, that, or other. I said he should, because I've been hitting at him. It's a fair fight. But I tell you one thing, he know he ain't swinging at no punk. And he know every time he swing at me, he better duck, because I'm going to be swinging back. That's how you fight. And if you didn't want to fight, you shouldn't have got in the ring. And you can't get in the ring and tell the referee, hold, I need to pull my pants up, because they'll be pulling you up off the ground. Let me thank Antoine Seawright. Let me thank all of you that called in, listened in, you that called in and couldn't get through, but hung in there anyhow. Remember, whatever you do, wherever you go, however you feel, tell somebody, tell anybody, tell everybody. Reverend Al told you personally, keep it real. Keep it real. Keep it real. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Yeah, Reverend, so